Vegeta! Vegeta!
Malison, the Cursed City is a fantasy survival horror RPG published by Devolver Digital, currently in development, in which you investigate a sinister city filled with hundreds of grotesque monsters, demons, and weirdos. It focuses on exploration and atmosphere. Its main influences are both classic Western RPGs like Baldur's Gate, Japanese RPGs like Final Fantasy, as well as survival horror games such as the Resident Evil and Silent Hill series. As you sneak through the city, you encounter all sorts of strange characters, many of which you can speak to, trade with, recruit to your cause, steal from, or even attack if you so choose. You can approach this game in a million ways. It's up to you how you plan to survive. Your actions may lead to wealth, disaster, betrayal, or may even lead to uncovering some of the city's darkest secrets and the game's many hidden endings. The main character is no powerful hero. You awaken in the city transformed into a weak, frail goblin and may need to rely on desperate measures for your survival. You will likely need help from other survivors you meet, and it is up to you to decide who you trust and recruit to your cause. Combat is in a classic turn-based style with a focus on managing scarce resources and building unique strategies by recruiting all sorts of different party members, equipping them, and teaching them new skills. Monsters move closer to you during combat, increasing the threat and tension as they begin using their more devastating attacks. You do not want them too close. I stream development work of Malison Tuesday to Friday at 7 p.m. EST on Twitch. I also have new development update streams on Sunday nights at 8 p.m. EST. There is also a Discord you can join for the game. Check below.
It's you. It's you. It's just you. All right. Let's get started. Now going into the short swords. Going into the short swords. Let's try to go through all the swords. Let's try to go through all the swords. There we go. We got some of them already done here. Some of them are already done. Got regular swords here. Regular swords. Alrighty, folks. Let's do this. Oh, I spent a little bit of today preparing the project for the Uminiki community project thing. Starting to shape up a little bit. Also, I've worked a little bit more on the slots and how they would work. I set some guidelines for tone, but I don't know if that's really necessary. Oh, I've been thinking about this, but I don't know. That might be like putting too many things on each, but at the same time, I don't know. You know, there's going to be wiggle room. But yeah, so now it's 10 rooms for the big slots, 5 rooms for the small slots, and 2 rooms for the mini spots here. And then we also have some extra rooms in case you know, in case you're inspired to make a little bit more after your initial after you've used up all of your initial rooms. And then I set these apart here. So yeah, I think this seems reasonable here. Also, I made a count for like the number of surface shallow, the number of like each type of areas. And this seems like a pretty good spread. But I'll need to think about it. I've been thinking about having 8 surface rooms. Maybe there needs to be a little bit more shallow rooms, shallow areas after that, but anyway, I think this is shaping up. I'm also setting up what I'll need to get once I start, once people start signing up. I'm thinking about like the information I want to collect for each. Thinking that maybe people pick 3 choices for slots they want to get in. And I think I'll be like just entering people here, and then I'll be scrambling the list, and then going down the list one by one and assigning them based on which are still available. I think that sounds right. So I'm just gonna take, you know, yeah, I'll take, you know, whoever wants to join, and then we'll see if you know, more people actually sign up than there are available slots or not. Because yeah, if there's, you know, if there's basically like if there's less than 60 people or 60 teams joining up, then this is going to be pretty simple. There's probably still going to be some conflicts where some people kind of want the same slot, but you know, as long as you take a first, second, and third, you're pretty likely to end up somewhere that you want. but we'll see. I mean, I can imagine certain slots being, attracting more people than others. Like maybe the slots that are more visible, right? And also the smaller slots might also be, things people are looking for. If they don't, if this is the first time trying to make something. Um, the secret slots might be very appealing to some people, while and like the less secret ones and maybe those in the middle are going to be less appealing to some people. I don't know. We'll see. Like some people might be attracted more to a specific depth or secret level to something, or some people might care more about the size of the area, or some people might just care way more about the theme. So we'll see. All sorts of things could draw people towards a specific slot. I think, yeah, we'll see. I'm pretty excited. I'm a little bit nervous because I've never really organized anything like that with like this many people. This is a little scary, but I think it's going to be interesting. And hey, like I said, if it works out, maybe we could do this every year or something. Who knows? Maybe we'll do it with like different kinds of projects too. We'll see. That could be interesting. All right, anyway, going back to what I'm doing. Also, maybe next week, maybe I could actually work on the starter project on stream to kind of show what I'm preparing and how it's gonna work. That could be interesting to show. Yeah. Also, by the way, people, if you are thinking about joining this, RPG Maker MZ is right now on sale at 55% off. So if you don't have RPG Maker and you're thinking of joining this, now might be a good time to get it. I don't know for how long it's going to be on sale. It might be on sale for like a week. I don't know. But yes, it's right now 55% off. It's still pretty expensive. The base game, the base software is like $100. So like 55% off, it's like $40 or something. I mean, it depends on your. Yeah, $35, 36. But yeah, it's definitely more reasonable right now. So yeah, if you're thinking of joining, now might be the right time to get it. 6 hours left on sale. Oh really? Oh shit. I thought it'd be like a longer thing. Maybe it has been on sale for a while. Oh damn. All right, folks. If you know people who are thinking of participating, maybe spread the word to them. Maybe tell them about this before the sale stops. That might be their chance to get this at half off. I mean, it goes on sale like fairly often, but I don't know if it's gonna go on sale again like before this jam starts. So yes, yeah. Oh shit! I didn't realize there was only 6 hours left on there. All right. But yeah, let's keep going on this and let's do short swords. Yeah, the sale is gonna end before the end of the stream. God damn. Actually, no. It's probably still gonna be on sale at the end. Yeah, it's still gonna be. I mean, if you're not joining, if you're joining a team, you really just need one person in the team to be able to. Oh, until May 26th. Okay. So maybe it depends on the region. Maybe in some regions it's a smaller sale. Okay, well maybe it's not a rush then. Until May 26th. Damn. Well, I don't know. I don't know. All right, so yeah, I've been preparing this. I made like a bunch of like sample assets just to show like the size of the resources, like this, just to make it easier to as a starting point if you want to make your own tiles. I think that's kind of useful. Um, and I'll probably be also making some assets just for it, some fairly generic looking assets that people can use or modify. I think that could be useful for people's own entries. Yeah, I made some of these basic like things for, but yeah, I'll be making some actual like sample creatures and stuff. And yeah, maybe when I stream preparing this next week, maybe we can figure out what the chasers should look like, and other like recurring creatures. Yeah, usually the in those games, the enemies that warp you to jail, they tend to sort of look the same across the game. Although sometimes there's some unique ones too. So figuring out what they would look like would be a good idea. But I kind of don't want to make them. I don't want to give them too strong of a look, because that's going to kind of affect, the style people want to go with. And like if I make them too spooky, it's not they're going to stand out too much. So they need to be just a little unsettling. They need to be just a little bit unsettling. We'll try to strike the right balance. Yeah. Let's go into animations and attack sequence, and we have short swords. There's a machete. There's a rusty short sword, a regular short sword here. So we have those at least. I already have this rusty one. There we go. Is it already in there? I don't know if I've actually imported it. Animation assets, sequence image, weapons, blades. There we go. So I got short sword, rusty short sword, yeah. So those are there already. Let's see, what else? What other types do I want? There's the elite sword. Okay, let's look at what this looks like here. So this is the regular one. These are the different enchantments on swords. Then we have the rusty. There's the elite sword. Okay, let's make this one. Just needs to be like darker, really. It just needs to be a bit darker. And have an iron hilt. So let's start with this one. Let's change the hilt. Also, oh yeah, this is also a more like that. There you go. That works. And also, there's this groove in the middle. It's pretty strong. And also there's kind of like a yeah, maybe something like this. There you go. That looks all right. The Elite Sword. It's a special one. All right, let's put some music on. It's been a little too quiet. Oh, let's how about the Etrian Odyssey soundtrack? That's good. Yeah. Let's go. It's a good one. That's right.
Oh no, it's time to stretch.
Oh. Is it? Nah, that's too early for a stretch. Yeah, May 26th. All right, yeah. So we're not in a rush to get it, folks. I'll probably want to try and make sure that we have the sign-ups before that sale is over. In case, some people really don't want to buy it until they're sure that they're getting in. I can imagine, can imagine that being a deciding factor for some people for getting it. I mean, I feel like 60 spots is going to be plenty. I don't think 60 groups are going to join. Like, maybe 60 people, but knowing that some people are going to, like, join together, are going to form teams, I don't think 60 teams are going to join. I don't know, maybe I'm naive here. But I feel like we got plenty of room. And if less than 60 people join, maybe people will be able to take more than one slot if they're interested, or maybe I'll pick up some of the slots that aren't taken. Yeah, you'll be able to join under like a pseudonym, but I'll still want like signed releases from everybody. I'll still want signed releases from everybody. Maybe in the release I can enter. Maybe in the release there can actually be a spot about how you want to be credited exactly, so that way you can put like a pseudonym there if you like, and that's not like that's like in the contract that this is how you're meant to be credited. Yeah, maybe I could do a poll. I mean, I wanted to do a poll originally, but it doesn't let you make a poll on Reddit if you're using a desktop browser for some reason. Apparently, you can only make polls on mobile, and I wasn't on mobile at the time. I could do a poll on my Discord. Or I could just post a poll in the. I could just post a poll in the on Reddit using my phone. Yeah, I mean, I know some people are not gonna want to go on Reddit, and some people are not gonna want to go on the Discord. So I'll need to be somewhat flexible there, I think, no matter what. But yes, the Discord is definitely going to be the handiest place for communication. Yeah, I understand. I understand not wanting to join yet another Discord. I have that problem myself. I have way too many damn Discords I'm on. I'm on I might be on 60 different fucking Discord channels. Maybe 30. So I understand. You know, all from just various communities I joined at one point, usually just to like post one or two things. Like, you know, to get fucking, you know, customer service on something or get support from something. And then over time, they pile up. And now I have an absurd amount. I should probably leave some of them. But, you know, I'll do that later. Yeah. Back when you could just post somewhere without having to sign up for it. I mean, I guess you still had to sign up for a forum, but it didn't, like, take a space on your, you know, on your machine somewhere that you signed up. That's exactly what it is. It's not just like that, it's precisely what it is. And I'm part of the problem. No. I mean, we discussed that yesterday, Aldo Milano. That is kind of the idea, yeah. The Humaniki game. The idea is that to make it sort of kind of canon to the Look Outside the universe. Sort of. I mean, you know. Like a little bit canon. Like a little bit. Oh, if you weren't there yesterday when I talked about that on Soundwell. The idea right now, I mean, I'm not completely sold on it or anything. But the idea was to make it lightly connected to Look Outside, but in a very disconnected way. The idea is that you are someone who is stuck in their tiny, tiny apartment, completely stuck in there. It's not like you where you can step out of your apartment and you're still inside a building. No. If he steps out of his apartment, he's out on the balcony, you know? He's like outside. He's literally stuck in a tiny little room. Like a tiny, tiny apartment. There's nothing he can do, completely stuck in there. And so that guy, yep. So that guy's pretty screwed. And so he, you know, over those 15 days gets lost in a dream world. And that's it. That's basically the connection. It's just, you know, it's just a very easy connection to make, because that's acting like a hikikomori would be just kind of forced onto people during those 15 days. So, you know, the whole point of this, that just makes you a little Muratsuki for a moment, you know? It just seemed like it fits really well. So why not do it? And what's fun about this is that it connects it, but it connects it in a way where making references to the main game would not make any sense. You know? Lei can't show up out of nowhere in one of those worlds because, you know, You're literally like it is that world, but somewhere else. You know, nobody in the game is around. This is all happening in someone's head, right? So in a weird way, connecting it to the game means making references to the game is less appropriate. I feel like that's you know, pretty much who knows? And there's also a little twist. The twist at the end, if you gather all of the effects, the idea is that you know, you think that you're stuck inside and you're safe, but you actually, this was all inside. You were all like stuck inside a kind of maze in your like dreams the entire time, because when the 15 days began and when, you know, when it became dangerous to look outside, your window was actually open next to your bed, and you actually transformed in your sleep. And so those 15 days that you thought you were living by like sleeping and getting lost in your dreams were all actually some sort of construction of your brain as you transform into an enormous abomination that fills the entire like interior of your apartment. So you were stuck in a kind of you were kind of stuck in this maze in your own mind. People will not read it that way. What do you mean? I mean, this is going to be very explicit, I think. But yeah, no, this is going to be very I mean, if you could look outside, yes, but you can't really look outside. You can only look into your dreams. That doesn't really work. Yes. Yes. The idea is to essentially, I mean, I don't know if I would go as far to say to ban references, but yes, we should keep references to the game. We should just not make references to the game at all, really. Aldo Milano, the entire thing is built so that it's very easy for you to join and work on the game, even if you have not done it before. This is not meant to be. This is not meant to be something that requires technical expertise to participate in. So even if you've never done it before, you should be able to participate, and you could even make it all yourself. I mean, there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve, but like this is a type of game that requires very little technical expertise to put together. Yes, I'm planning a kind of game jam, yes. It's not quite a game jam, it's more of a community project. where we all work together on one game. But it is essentially like a game jam because it would happen over a month. So it's something similar to a game jam. It's a game jam adjacent. But yeah, you can, sure. You can make some little things, but yeah, we need to, we want to keep that light, The guidelines will say to avoid references to the game so that it feels like a completely independent thing that was just made by the community. And the vague connection to the actual game is just kind of a little thing for fun. I think it could be a lot of fun. And hey, if it works out, maybe we could make this a yearly tradition. Maybe we could do a different little community project every year. That could be fun. We'll see. We'll see how much work it actually ends up being to manage. If it's a lot of work, then maybe it won't be an every year thing. We'll see. Okay, there we go. We got the elite short sword. Let's import it. Yeah, we'll see how it goes before planning anything further, but like there's a lot of fun things that can be done as community projects. All right, SPR. Short sword elite. There we go. Let's make a new folder for short swords. Scimitars are here too. Okay, next is this one. I think this is, which is this one? I might be able to just do this by changing the colors. So this is the sewage sword. No, that's not right. That's the sewage sword. So wait, which is this? This is the elite sword. Oh, the old. Okay, that's the old short sword. I see. That's the attic sword. Right, right. Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. Putting a little piece of their own dreams into maps would be really fun. But yes, the sewage blade is from Malison. A lot of things are from Malison. Yeah, this is the old short sword, and this is the elite. This is the elite. So this is actually supposed to be the old sword. I'll I'll repurpose this into the elite sword, and then I'll make the old sword before that, and I'll just like mess up this one a bit for the. Yeah, I'll lower the. I'll make it just a bit darker, I think. And I'll make it look just a little less fancy to make the old sword. Make it look less sharp. I'll reduce some of the sort of decoration on it. Yeah, I really like this game's soundtrack. There's a lot going on in there. A lot of different vibes. It's very pleasant. The whole thing has kind of an aquatic feel to it. It's very relaxing. All right, so I'll reduce like the shape here. I'll try to just make it look a little less sturdy here, a little less sharp, a little bit more chipped. There we go. That works. I'll make it a little shorter too. There you go. Because he's a party animal. Yeah, I kind of dislike fake pretension, yeah. It's just a very uninteresting. I mean, it just tends to be the kind of thing people throw up as like a placeholder story. I don't know. I did talk about that yesterday. Okay. There we go. That's the old sword. Do 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 do. SPR attack and then sequence short sword old. There we go. We have the old short sword now. This one, and then I need to tweak the elite one. I might keep this one. It might be a useful base for another one later. A steel base short sword, just in case I have a need for it. And now let's turn that into the elite sword, which has a blue handle and a brighter blade here. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, that looks good. I like that. That's a cool sword. Yeah. Maybe I'll shorten it by 1 pixel here. There we go. This is music from the optional secondary minigame in that game where you basically solve puzzles to unlock bonus boss battles. Which is pretty fun. That song became a recurring track in all of the games after this one. They knew they had a winner on their hands with that track. It's very anime, isn't it? It's a very anime song. Makes me think of like, I don't know. Makes me think of like old science fiction anime or something. I don't know. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Do do do. All right. I'm going to go make me some tea, folks. Gotta go make some tea. I'll be right back. Oh. Ooh.
Malison, the Cursed City is a fantasy survival horror RPG published by Devolver Digital, currently in development, in which you investigate a sinister city filled with hundreds of grotesque monsters, demons, and weirdos. It focuses on exploration and atmosphere. Its main influences are both classic Western RPGs like Baldur's Gate, Japanese RPGs like Final Fantasy, as well as survival horror games such as the Resident Evil and Silent Hill series. As you sneak through the city, you encounter all sorts of strange characters, many of which you can speak to, trade with, recruit to your cause, steal from, or even attack if you so choose. You can approach this game in a million ways. It's up to you how you plan to survive. Your actions may lead to wealth, disaster, betrayal, or may even lead to uncovering some of the city's darkest secrets and the game's many hidden endings. The main character is no powerful hero. You awaken in the city transformed into a weak, frail goblin and may need to rely on desperate measures for your survival. You will likely need help from other survivors you meet, and it is up to you to decide who you trust and recruit to your cause. Combat is in a classic turn-based style with a focus on managing scarce resources and building unique strategies by recruiting all sorts of different party members, equipping them and teaching them new skills.
I'm back.
Monsters move closer to you during combat, increasing the threat and tension as they begin using their more devastating attacks. You do not want them too close.
Cars?
I stream development work of Malison Tuesday to Friday at 7 p.m. EST on Twitch. I also have new development update streams on Sunday nights at 8 p.m. EST. There is also a Discord you can join for the game. Check below.
Okay, let's resume. I got some chai. I dropped some tea on my lap. Ooh, ah, ooch. Ooch. Ah, ooh. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh. Let's make the sewage blade. The sewage blade. Going to start it from the steel one that I made earlier. Actually, maybe from the old sword. Yeah. Oh, here comes this song. This is the boss battle song. Cool runnings. How's it doing? How's it doing? I'm drawing some swords. No problem. Thanks for playing. Where are you at in the game? I'm not actually working on Look Outside right now, though. I'm working on my next game. That's right. There's more where that came from. Yeah, it's a spiky sword for the really wide slices. Area of Sorrow's really damn good. I still think it's the best of the Metroidvania Castlevanias. Although, like I said yesterday, I do understand the people that prefer Symphony of the Night. Symphony of the Night is, does have that crazy labor of love feel to it that no other games really have. And the sewers, very good. No, there's too many. We gotta stop making indie RPGs. Too many. Stop. We got enough. We cut it out. Wrap it up, boys. It's over. Party's over. Back it up. Back it up. It's too many goddamn RPGs. Oh. We run out, folks. It's true. Boiler Beast might be a Goyle. Maybe. There are rumors. It's not a boiler he, but a boiler she. Damn. Can the fandom take another hit like that? I mean, the revelation that Spine is a girl was already devastating. Had devastating effects. Imagine. I can make the fandom worse! Yes! Yes! It's in my power. With a single word. With a single word. The women enjoyers just keep winning. Boilery, yeah. Okay, I think I like that for the sewage blade. My favorite rare game? I think my favorite rare game might be Solar Jetman. That might be a bit too much of a... Might be a bit too much of an obscure pick. But it might be Solar Jetman. Might be a little too hipster of a pick. But what can I say? It's a damn good game. People are sleeping on. People sleep on Solar Jetman, I'm telling ya. Yes, rare like Banjo-Kazooie, yes. It is a rareware game. That's right. That's a diversity win. Conker's Bad Fur Day is pretty good. Although I haven't played it in a long time. And so I kind of wonder if it actually, like, how well it aged. You know? Like, how much did the humor carry it versus was it actually fun to play? No, it's far enough back that I feel like I can't judge it on that, you know? I'm not entirely sure if it was actually fun or if the humor just entirely carried it. Oh, wow. Talk about an awakening. Now that's... Not well? Ah, that's too bad. That's too bad. So are you saying that your dad told you about the birds and the bees? Well, How appropriate. But yes, Solar Jetman is very good, and if you've seen some of my Game Jam games, some of my Game Jam games are very obviously inspired by Solar Jetman. I'll show you guys just a little clip, and if any of you have played some of my Game Jam games, you'll immediately recognize a pattern, I think. Here's Solar Jetman. This is an NES game. It's an NES game where you explore planets and collect treasure, and you have to bring them back to your ship. And there's a bunch of treasures you have to bring back. A bunch of things like parts of your ship you have to bring back. And there's some that are like optional. And with the optional ones, you can upgrade your little ship. You can get yourself like special abilities and stuff for the next planet you explore. You have to collect a certain amount of fuel in order to lift off. You find all sorts of little upgrades. Yes, the graphics are really impressive for NES. I know. They actually had a bunch of games before that era. This is early Rare. This is very early Rare. But yeah, that game is really good. Like, it's very simple, but it's a super strong formula. Like, it feels really fun to... Feels like you're managing your little exploration, you know... Your little exploration, you know... enterprise there. Like, I feel like there's not that many NES games that give you that feeling that you're, you know, that you're sort of making your own little expedition, and you're managing, and like, how well you're doing one mission kind of has repercussions on the next ones in that way. I feel like that's very rare for, rare, well, you know. I feel like there's not a lot of NES games that give you that feeling. NES games tend to be way more simple, way more short-term. This one has like this really fun sort of long-term building part to it. Yeah. This is an extremely underappreciated game. It's really good. They should make a remake of it, honestly. If you have like a rare collection, a rare game collection, I think it's included in it. If you want to give it a try at one point. It's probably the easiest way to play it today. Yeah, that's my favorite Rare game. As far as my favorite Rare game in the other sense of Rare, the original Valkyrie Profile, maybe? Ogre Battle 64. There you go. Ogre Battle 64. That's the answer. That game is really fucking rare. And it's very good. It's a really solid strategy RPG. And one of the two, I think, Ogre Battle games that work in the way that it does. Where, like, you're building your units out of multiple characters, and then you just send your units as a group moving around, but you don't control them directly. And so, in a sense, the units that you're building is kind of like a character, like a complex character with a lot of parts. And once you start thinking of the game in that way, it's really interesting. It feels like way more complex in some sense than other, like, strategy RPGs. You're kind of working at, like, 2 different layers of complexity at once. Instead of just working on the units individually, you're kind of working on unit groups. And that's really fun. That really works, I think. It's too bad that they kind of dropped that formula soon after to go more into like Final Fantasy Tactics style. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do like. Also, there was a game recently I think that worked like that. What was it called again? There was a recent game that was like an ogre battle spiritual successor. That was recent. Like maybe 2 years ago it came out. What was it called again? I forget, but that game was also really good. Oh man, I completely forget what it's called. Unicorn Overlord? Yeah, I think so. That sounds right. Yeah. So that game, that type of game, it's fun that it had a little bit of a revival with that game. But yeah, Ogre Battle 64 was another of games like that. There was really only 2 other games like that, right? Yeah, Ogre Battle 64, and there was the SNES game. And I think all of the other like Tactics Ogre and Ogre Battle games were using the more like Final Fantasy Tactics form of combat, I think. So I think those 2 Ogre Battle games and Unicorn Overlord, I think, are the only games that use that system. I think it's really good. I think it's an underappreciated approach to tactics RPGs. You kind of have to get used to it. I remember the very first time I played Ogre Battle 64, I was kind of disappointed that I couldn't control the units individually. And it took me a little while to sort of get it. To get what was good about this, like why they was designed that way. It took me a little while to sort of shift my perspective on it a little bit and realize that like I have to think of the groups of units as the units, you know, as the groups of characters as the actual units that are kind of built almost like the characters individually are like equipment, you know? No, Unicorn Overlord is not right. Is not like Fire Emblem, no. Nope. It is not like Fire Emblem. It is more like Ogre Battle, like classic Ogre Battle. You have like a I mean I think it's a little simpler in Unicorn Overlord. You have fewer spaces, but you have like a little grid and you form groups, small groups of units, and you place them on a grid like this, right? And depending on where you place them, the units, they actually have different actions in battle that they take. So like say this is the front and this is the back. Like a knight might attack twice if put at the front and only once if put in the back. Or might have like a special ability if put in like the back line, right? Or like mages are gonna do more when they're in the back and they're gonna do less if they're in the front. And you're just putting a bunch of characters in one grid like this, and then it's this whole unit that you're moving around in battle. So when you send this unit against another group, it's like an auto battle between the two, right? So you have to think of the individual characters almost like pieces of equipment, you know? So it's a little different. Once you think of them in that way, that really clicks, I think. You're like kind of designing a character by putting a bunch of, you know. Oh, is Dragon Force like this? I did not know about Dragon Force, actually. That's cool. I might actually play that. I did not know there was another game like that. Is Dragon Force the originator of that style of tactics game? If it's on the Sega Saturn, it might predate all of those. That might be where that actually comes from then. That's cool. I only knew these from the Ogre Battle games. Let me see Dragon Force. Let me see Dragon Force Sega Saturn, because obviously a certain band takes this looks a bit different. This looks different here. It seems more like a bunch of AI fighters, maybe? Is this more like AI fighters? Like where there's like a hero and then a number of like units assigned to them? I think this is a little different. Yeah, this seems a little different from Ogre Battle. There might be some things in common, though. Oh, but the way you move around the map, though, that does look a lot like that does look a lot like Ogre Battle. Yeah, the map is very much like Ogre Battle, but the battles seem like they're more like you maybe have two hero units and they just have a number of units with them, right? You have like two heroes with like a number of soldiers with them, and those soldiers are more like an abstraction, right? Maybe those soldiers even represent like the health of the hero, right? But Ogre Battle, this is what you're doing. See, these are like your units here in Ogre Battle. Like this is a unit, like this is the main character, these are two knights, this is a sorceress, and this is a cleric. And so if you're sending that unit around and you send it to fight another unit, it's an auto battle, but everything they do is just based on their position. So you know exactly what they're gonna do in the fight. Like the cleric is gonna heal someone twice. Those two guys are gonna attack twice. Your main character, depending on his level, might attack up to 3 times in the front. The sorceress is gonna cast some sort of spell, depending on her alignment, I think. So you're like constructing these groups of units, and then you move the groups around, and the way you put these units together decides exactly what they do in the combat. It's really cool. I really like that approach. It's really different. Once you like get it, once you oh yeah, the song Ogre Battle. Yeah, for some reason every game in that series is named after a Queen song almost. I mean, Ogre Battle is a Queen song, right? And also, I think March of the Black Queen, too, isn't it? Isn't that also a Queen song? Yeah, for some reason, the creator of the series must really like Queen, or maybe it's a translation thing. You know, maybe it's a. I do remember, yes, the Mean Bean Machine, and I remember, I think it's a lot like Tetris Attack too. I think it's almost this, isn't it almost the same thing? I think those two games are like just basically reskins, I think. Oh no, it's Puyo Puyo, right, it's Puyo Puyo. Hmm. Hmm. It's like you move like two things at once, right? Or was it the one where you run around the top? I forget. It's been too long. It's been too long since I played those. Yeah, I remember back in college. Back in college, there were like these the electricians, the electronics guys had a Super Nintendo, and we played Tetris Attack. I was not actually part of that program, but but I went there to play Tetris Attack with with them. Yeah, that was a grand old time. Whoops, I made this from the wrong one. I've mostly owned Nintendo consoles growing up until the PS2. Then it's been PlayStation for the most part. This is the I think this is the super boss or the optional boss theme. This one, yeah. This is one of those games that has many, many, many like super bosses. This game has a lot of bosses. There we go. Now this one, which is this one? The Shining Short Sword. That's a fancy one too. I can base it on this one. It's very close. Just needs a brighter hilt here. As the final boss song. It's very catchy. I never actually played the final boss of this game. I like those games, but I can never finish them. I can never finish them. I always lose interest about like a third of the way to about halfway through them. But I still have fun until that point. I know. This isn't even the final boss theme. There's an even more final boss than this one. But you need to beat the game several times to get to fight it. And it's a completely unfair bullshit final boss. That a completely unfair bullshit final boss that was an inspiration for the Meat World Sybil fight. Not this one. The true final boss. I don't know. Okay, that looks cool. Then that kind of matches this image. That kind of matches it. It's close enough. One of my favorite tracks of this game is next, I think. It's the song for the bonus dungeon that you need to beat the game several times and solve a weird meta puzzle to access it. Is the evil spooky Eldritch Lair kind of dungeon. Has a really good song. Very, very atmospheric. Very intense. Yeah. That song is really good. Love that synth brass. Just very good use of synth brass there to make something alien. Just a very cheesy sound, but used to make something weird. It's good. I don't know if I've seen it, Jin. I might have. I do look at I do watch for fan art like a hawk. Like a hawk. Like a hawk. That fuzzy synth is so good. I don't know how to describe that synth other than being dank as hell. Just the most humid, the most sludge-covered synth imaginable. There's sludge in that synth. It's covered in goo. Covered in goo. Isn't that an awesome dungeon theme? It's so good. It's the kind of dungeon theme where just hearing the theme is like a reward in itself. Yep. Then you get to the boss and it indeed goes fucking crazy. The tone shifts completely. Also something lovely. Really catchy boss theme too. You don't really expect the giant evil god cosmic horror thing to have a rockin' tune like that. You expect something scary. You know? Yeah, that's Yuzo Koshiro. Yuzo Koshiro knows how to make the tunes. There's like hundreds. There's hundreds of switches. Well, I think like I think I reached 1,000, but I don't use all of the indexes, so I don't know. Like if I had to guess, like I don't know, 800. If I had to guess, it would be 800. I mean, there's plenty of ways to make things more efficient, but in the end, you just need to. The only problem is if when you have a lot, it can take a while to find stuff. If it's not well organized. All right, here it comes. There's the true final boss theme. And then here's the part that sounds weirdly a lot like La Mulana. It just does. It does. This is La Mulana. I'm sorry. It is It is an intimidating game. It's true. Big reaction. Scary. Yeah, I did see that on Tumblr. It's cool. All right, I'm just gonna put on. I'm just gonna put on a certain song from the La Mulana soundtrack after this. All right. It's not just me. All right. There's a similarity there. Come on. Who knows? Was it actually an inspiration? Who knows? Hack frauds? Hack frauds?
No, it's time to stretch.
Okay, actually, you know what? It's closer to Fearless Challenger than Mr. Explorer, is it? I mean, you hear a little bit. You hear the sound a little bit here, but it's really Fearless Challenger that it's closest to. Yeah, Fearless Challenger is the one. Those are the two big songs. Yeah, the Lamela has an amazing soundtrack. It's very catchy. Oh no, it goes for bangers, absolutely. Lots of bangers on that soundtrack. It's probably has one of my favorite indie game soundtracks, I would say. The original, yeah. So there's a remake and there's the original. The remake is a little bit more accessible. But the original is the one I played. But yes, it is a little bit daunting of a game. This is a game where you need to set aside some time for it. It is a very difficult Metroidvania filled with very obscure puzzles and secrets. And you actually really have to you have to take notes. This is the kind of game where you have to take notes to make progress. The intention of this game is to make you feel like you're Indiana Jones decoding the secrets of the ruins. And it really does make that work. It wants you to feel like you're Indiana Jones, figuring out the secrets of the ruins. And it's very good at it. But you do have to actually put the clues of the ruins together to solve the puzzles. And in the meantime, it's also a difficult, like a fairly deadly, platformer with like precision jumping and like you can like die and lose a bunch of progress. So that adds a lot of tension to the exploration. And like very often, like failing a puzzle leads you to like getting struck by lightning. So you can die if you try to do things haphazardly. Like if you try to solve a puzzle through brute force instead of just actually solving it, the game outright punishes you and like kills you. It's really cool. I really recommend it. I think it's a strange game, so it's a little difficult to recommend. Like, you kind of need to be in the right headspace for it. You need to be a fan of both Metroidvanias and puzzle games, specifically. Like, if you just like Metroidvanias and you don't like puzzle games, you're probably not gonna like it. Like, you need to have a good resistance to puzzles. You need to have a strong stomach for puzzles to enjoy the game. And the more you can do without looking up a walkthrough, the better, but you're almost certainly eventually going to look at a walkthrough. You need to have serious chops to actually make it. Like, you need to be a real puzzle game fan. You need to be like legitimately a big fan of both puzzle games and Metroidvanias to beat it entirely on your own. It's a legit achievement to play through all of it without a guide. Although the remake has an in-game guide of sorts. Like, you can get hints in the remake. Yeah, they remade it. It seems like a really good remake, too. But I didn't actually play the remake. There's also a sequel, La Mulana 2, which I've only played a little bit of. I do want to go back to it. I do want to go back to it and give it more time. But yeah, this is not the kind of game that you can play lightly. Like, this is the kind of game where you need to set time aside for it. And that's a little bit harder for me to set that kind of time aside for a game. I've been struggling to play, through, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Because I just don't have the time. Like, you really need to set time aside to playing games like this. And it's kind of the same for something like La Mulana. Yeah, I really like Kingmaker, but I really liked what I played of Kingmaker, but at one point I just dropped it because I got too busy with all sorts of things. But I really like what was happening with that. I really like how it's trying to. Yeah, it's huge, and the actual like like the kingdom management part isn't like the best part, but the exploration, they really nailed the feeling of playing Baldur's Gate 1, which is clearly what they were going for. And I really appreciated that part of it. But at one point, I just ran out. I just didn't have time, and now it's been too long since I played it, so I feel like I'd be a bit lost if I get back to it. Oh. This one here is my favorite song on this of La Mulana. I really like this one. Do, 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 do. And then there's this one. There's a lot of special short swords, as you can see. There's a whole bunch of them. This one is the jet blade. Yeah. Now the jet blade. Yeah, that'll look good. That'll look good. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Yeah, that darkens it a little further. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I like that. That looks real good. Now let's... Drawing swords is fun. Yeah, this is the Jet Blade. It does wicked damage alongside slash and bleed. It's a unique treasure. So you'll be able to find it in exactly one place. Yeah, the bylighting sword, that's right. That sword's gonna tell you all about, I don't know, Ernest Scared Stupid or something. I don't know. That was the best video essay subject I could come up with on the spot. I don't know why. Okay, let's see. Let's put on Gun Gods. That is not what an obsidian sword looks like. I do have a Macawiddle somewhere. I don't know if that's how you pronounce that. I do have a Macawiddle somewhere. I'll have to draw that. It's actually coming up soon, I think. It's not in the short swords, it's in the reach 3 swords, I think. These are reach 2 swords. Ooh, the smear frame of this should look really cool. Gonna have to make that smear frame look real cool. That Venusian rap. There we go. That's pretty satisfying. This is the jet blade. The jet blade. Let's add this. And then, there you go. What's the name of that game where you can parry a nuclear explosion again? Can't wait for that. All right, let's just, so this is the ruby sword. I think it's gonna look better if I put. Hey, you might be right. Maybe I should go for pinkish. Yeah. You're talking about Roar, I think, which I've never seen, but some of my friends have. And it was kind of a meme. They kept bringing it up for a little while. I've never seen it, but my friends have. Roar. All right. Oh, you know, it's been a little. I'm not gonna be playing all of this, but it's been a little while. It's been a little while. Oh, let's do a little. Let's do a little stretch. It's gonna be the final stretch for tonight. I think I skipped one earlier. Short sword ruby. The game jam was a lot of fun. That's just a standard sword, this one. I don't need to make a special one. That's the attic sword, actually. So I can just make that using the regular one. And then the wooden sword. That's a toy sword, really. I think. Yeah, that's the toy sword made out of wood. So I can just recolor a basic sword for that. Maybe make it a little shorter. There you go. That's the wooden sword. I made all of the basic short swords. Let's assign them. So the rusty short sword already has one. The old short sword. This one. The elite short sword. This one. The sewage sword. The shining sword. The jet blade. The ruby sword. The attic sword is just a reset of this one. And then the toy sword. Maybe the attic sword should be like the old sword, actually. Hang on. Which one does it look the most? Okay, yeah, it's most like the regular. Yeah, it's most like the standard one. Yeah. So yeah, that should be that. Alright, and we're midnight. Now, there's still the scimitars, but the scimitars... There's the cutlass, the scimitar, the cutlass, the falchion, and that's all the short swords. Now, for the scimitars, I have the standard one. I have the standard one and the rusty one. But I will need to make the elite one. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see what does the elite scimitar look like. These are the scimitars. We have the rusty one. We have the elite one. Ooh, it's has a slightly stronger band to it, and has kind of like a gold thing there. And then the heavy one kind of has like a jet blade, like darkened blade there. Looks a little bit bigger. I think I might be able to do these tonight. Yeah, why not? Let's open up the generic scimitar here. So this is the standard scimitar. Although that looks more like the... Looks a bit more like that one here. Yeah, it's a little bit more fancy looking. Let's actually tone it down a bit. Scimitar. And for the standard scimitar, I'll just make it a bit more basic looking. Yeah, it's basically more like that. It's gonna be the standard scimitar. Okay. And then the rusty scimitar. I can't think of one. I can't think of a weapon I'm not including out of principle now. I think I basically went for everything but the kitchen sink. I mean, there might be some weapons I forgot about. A rock with a rope. Well, I mean, there's a sling. And there's a staff sling. But that includes a stake too. But yeah, the rope sling is basically just a rock with a rope. The rope sling is, and the leather sling is one-handed, but the staff sling is two-handed. The old Baldur's Gate combo. The sling with a shield. Yep, there you go. The Baldur's Gate special. Nobody goes for darts. Nobody goes for throwing darts, do they? And they do crushing damage. Very handy. No, there is no spear thrower, although there is a javelin. You mean that little stick? The little stick that's like at the end of the spear, so you can use like as a lever to throw it? No, that is not in the game. That is not in the game. So this I can very easily turn this into... I just need to like reduce the curves on this, and it's basically that already. I need to like accentuate the little curve here. Yeah, it's very close already. There you go, that works. It's the heavy scimitar. You know, I haven't actually played Neverwinter Nights that much. I remember playing only the first campaign, and I know, like, everyone agrees it's, like, the worst one. And I just never really gave the other ones a chance. Yeah. Wasn't like Mask of the Betrayer or something really good? I feel like I remember hearing that the expansions were pretty solid. Oh, that's two. That's two. Okay, right. Hmm. I think I remember my main thing. The main thing I didn't like about Neverwinter Nights was that I felt like it was a little too simplified by making it that you're basically just controlling one character with like one teammate. I really like the party dynamics, the larger party dynamics of Baldur's Gate. I felt like that was really missing from Neverwinter Nights. Yeah, I never experienced the DM toolkit about with that. Yeah. Now let's do the elite. And that's probably going to be the last one I do tonight, the elite one here. Yeah. They still release official paid modules for Neverwinter Nights. Really? I did not know that. Huh. That's pretty cool. Is there like a subscription model or something? It's kind of hard to believe. Huh. They just come out randomly, huh? Dang. Ah, okay, okay. Oh, and Beamdog are hosting it. Right, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's cool. That's cool. All right, let's import these. There's the Elite Scimitar. Whoops. That's a bad pixel. It's gone. Yeah. There's Rusty, there's Elite, and there's Heavy. There we go. All right, short swords and scimitars. There's only cutlasses, falchions. Although I could just kind of recycle the scimitar for those, because it looks a little similar. The cutlass, I think, is a little more of a straight weapon, I think. Right? The cutlass is more of a like a small sword, right? Right? Isn't a cutlass more like a small sword? Like a thrusting sword? I think.
Oh no, it's time to stretch.
Like in my mind, a cutlass looks almost more like a machete almost. Let's see. Yeah, no, okay, it's still very much like a little falchion-esque. It's a little bit curved, but oh, actually, okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, okay, so it's much less pronounced. Well, okay, some of these. Yeah, so there's a very gentle curve on the cutlass. I can probably still make these based off of the scimitars and just kind of decurve them a little bit. You know? Just straighten them out just a little bit. The way I set it up, the cutlass and the falchion and the scimitar, they do higher bleeding, if I remember. I think their base damage is higher, and they do higher bleeding, if I remember. Let's see. Yeah, here I can show. Here there's the here you see like the general rule for their how they compare. Short sword is 4 to 6 base damage, plus 50% strength and 100% agility. Scimitar scales a bit more to strength and has a slightly higher base damage, but it has a lower durability and it's a little bit heavier. Cutlass has an even higher base damage. It scales more to agility than to strength. It's a little bit heavier still, but has a good durability. And then the falchion has like a wider range of damage, so lower minimum, higher maximum. And it scales better overall, but it's the heaviest of the set. So that's how the 4 types of Reach 1 swords compare. So, you know, they're still all fairly comparable. They're more, like, a lot of this is more flavor, you know. You're just getting a sword, you know. Like these, they're very comparable. It's more flavor than anything. It's just cool to find all these different weapons, you know. Then Reach 2, of course, the different Reaches have more of an impact, really. Yeah, then there's going to be the Reach 2 swords. That's Arming Sword, Broadsword, Talwar, and the Talking Sword. Then the Reach 3 sword are the Bastard Sword, Longsword, Katana. And then we enter the Great Swords. Those are going to be Reach, Reach 4 and beyond. The kukris, I consider those knives instead of swords in this. So I do have kukris. It's much lighter. High agility scaling, but still some strength scaling. And generally quite a bit of bleed to them. Yeah, this is how the different knives compare here. So actually the standard knife has the higher base damage, except for the Kriegsmesser, but that one kind of cheats. This one's a longer reach weapon. The sickle is kind of the weird one that has lower damage but has much more bleeding. Yeah. And the special sickles, I actually haven't fully drawn these yet, is the Fleam and the Vile Hook. And those are specifically like bleeding weapons. Those are like the crazy high bleeding ones. The Fleam is like a tool for causing bleeding, like a medical tool. Let's see here. Yeah, so these are the sickles. Then the rusty sickle. And then that's the Fleam. So you see it's very sickle-like. And then there's basically a cursed Fleam there. All right. But yeah, that's going to be it for tonight, folks. Some nice little progress. Yep, there's farming tools. Absolutely. There's farming tools. That's way later, though. That's pole weapons. You got some, I mean, there's spears here, but the military fork, you also get a rake, a hay fork, a pitchfork, a rusty pitchfork, a trident. There's quite a few agricultural tools you can fight with in this. In the flails, you can actually get like an agricultural flail. That's like the worst flail you can get. Yeah, there's all the flails. Standard flail without spikes, that one. Just a big ball. And then a rusty flail, and then you have the agricultural flail. And then the silver flail. Then the three-balled flail. Then you have that's the third that's the one that's it's a flail, but it's also like a religious censer. And there's the ball in a cup. The ball in a cup game that you can use as a flail. That's the weakest one. That's the really bad one. Ball in a cup. Let's go. All right. Yep. Yep. There we go. So I finished all of the short swords. And the scimitars. There we go. This actually took me a bit longer than I expected for the short swords, because there were way more. There were way more than expected. And then next I do cutlass and falchion. Cutlass and falchion. There's no boomerang and there's no yo-yo, actually. A yo-yo could probably be a flail. A yo-yo could probably be a flail. Ah, yeah, there it is. It's a different type. It's a ball and a stick instead of a ball and a cup. Yeah. Yeah, make it also, yeah, double as a hammer. Sure. Sure. All right. Well, sometimes you can get a little bit silly. All right. Okay, well, before I go, as usual, I'm going to link my Patreon. Here's the Patreon, folks. Please consider checking it out. And now, let's look for someone to raid. Let's see who is playing Look Outside tonight. Oh, I see. Sure, yeah, let's raid Nub 3 Sock. Alright, now folks, in their this is a blind playthrough, folks, so don't give any hints. Don't say nothing. Just show your approval. Alright. Gonna, yeah. Alright, yeah, let's raid Nub 3 Sock. Alright, folks. Thank you all for watching. And take care.
The guinea pig? Why did I bring the guinea pig with me? Laundry. It's now in the toilet. Why did you do this? You fish it back out of the toilet water. Yuck. That was pretty stupid. Yo! Whoa!